The Honorable Superior Court for the Judicial District and Sonny Milford at Milford for the transaction of criminal business is now open session in place. All persons having cause, action pending, summoned, are bound to appear herein, shall take due notice thereof and give their attention according to the law. The Honorable Judge H. Gordon Hall presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Marshall. Good morning, everyone. Please be seated.
You may be seated.
Counsel, is there anything we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And is the state prepared to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, could we have the jury? Okay. Jury and two alternates, counsel?
So stipulated. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Devlin, please call the state's next witness.
Yes, sir. State's witness is Sergeant Ross Dowling. Grab this answer, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Ross Dowling,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Dalling,
May you please state your badge number and business address for the record?
181 and 1111 Country Club Road, Middletown.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat, Sergeant, and pull yourself up to the microphone so we can hear you.
Sergeant Dowling, on January 15, 2020, were you employed by the Connecticut State Police Department?
I was.
And what was your rank at that time?
Trooper first class.
All right. And on that date, in around 5:00 p.m., did you participate with other state troopers in a pursuit of a vehicle northbound on Interstate 95?
I did.
And the vehicle being pursued was a white Hyundai Sonata?
Yes.
And ultimately, did that pursuit end at exit 43 in West Haven, Connecticut?
Yes.
And so in terms of the sort of order of vehicles, where were you in terms of the order of police vehicles?
I was the last one.
Okay. How did the vehicles, both the pursued vehicle and the police vehicles, how did they come to arrest?
So I was the third one coming off the exit ramp. So the other two in the suspect vehicle were taking the left on the Campbell Ave. I was at the top of the ramp when they were taking the left. When I took the left around the corner there, all the vehicles were at a complete stop. So the two cruisers were on the left side, the suspect vehicle, and then there was another SUV in front of it that the suspect vehicle collided into. And I positioned my cruiser behind the suspect vehicle.
Okay. How far was it, like from the front of your cruiser to the back of the suspect vehicle?
Approximately 15 feet or so.
Okay. All right. And where was Trooper Jackson's cruiser positioned?
On the left side, driver's side of the suspect vehicle.
Okay. And how close to the vehicle was it?
Pretty close.
Okay. And within like a couple inches?
Probably.
Okay.
Close.
And do you remember where Trooper North's vehicle was?
In the same vicinity in front of Trooper Jackson's.
In front of Trooper Jackson's.
I believe so.
Okay. All right. And after all these vehicles came to a stop, what happened?
Well, after everything was at a stop, then Trooper Jackson attempted to get the suspect out of the driver's side of his vehicle
How do you do that?
by giving him verbal commands,
Okay. How many?
approximately 2.
Okay. What happened after that?
The suspect did not obey any commands.
Okay.
Trooper Jackson went over to the passenger side, and Trooper North took over the driver's side.
Okay. And were they both displaying their handguns?
I believe so at some point.
Okay. And were they aiming their handguns at the operator?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I drew my duty weapon and provided lethal coverage from the rear passenger side of the suspect vehicle.
Okay. And could you see inside the vehicle?
I could, to a certain degree,
Okay. And could you observe the operator of the vehicle?
from the back of his head, yes.
Okay. And can you please, as best as you can, describe him?
A dark-skinned male
Okay.
seated in the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. And did you see what his sort of orientation was in terms of was he looking around? Was he stationary? What did you see?
He was stationary, looking straight ahead and not obeying any commands.
Well, there were two commands, right, by Trooper Jackson. Were there any others?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I have to look into the statements.
All right. Now, were the doors locked to this Hyundai vehicle?
Yes, they were.
Were the windows up on the Hyundai vehicle when you first arrived?
They were, correct.
And at some point, maybe shortly after you arrived, did West Haven Police Department officers arrive on scene?
They did, yes.
All right. And what did they do?
Well, one West Haven police officer assisted Trooper Jackson in gaining entry to the passenger side by breaking the window
Okay. And how did you do that?
with a straight baton.
With the police baton?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then what happened after that?
They gained entry inside the vehicle. Trooper Jackson switched over to taser, holstered his weapon.
When you say gained entry, you mean the window was broken out?
Correct.
Okay. Yep.
And at that point in time, or somewhere around that area, I holstered my weapon to make my way around to the driver's side to assist Trooper North.
So were you back at that sort of rear part of the passenger side of the Hyundai when did Trooper Jackson deploy his taser?
Somewhere around that vicinity, yes.
Did you actually see that?
I heard it.
Heard it, okay.
Yeah.
And you both know where you were sort of between the back of the vehicle and walking around to where Trooper North was when you heard that?
Yes.
Where were you?
In that vicinity, walking around. There was a cruiser in the rear of that suspect vehicle that I had to make my way around.
All right. What happened next?
That I could see, the taser was ineffective. They gained entry to the vehicle and shots were fired.
Okay. And who fired the shots?
Trooper North did.
And how many shots were fired?
Multiple. I couldn't give you a number.
All right. And what was the time gap between the taser deployment and the firing of the shots?
It all happened very quickly, so moments.
Moments? Could it have been simultaneous?
After another, yes. The taser was ineffective. We attempted to use less lethal force.
Right.
That was ineffective. So then the next steps were taken.
Okay. And then after the shots were fired, what did you do?
I deactivated the sirens in Trooper North's cruiser, and then I went over to assist Trooper North.
Okay. And did you notify Troop G about the firing of the shots?
I did, and to start EMS.
All right.
Yes.
And so in this time, the siren on Trooper North's cruiser was operating?
It was.
Okay. And were there other police sirens that were operating underneath this? This is underneath the highway, where the highway passes over Campbell Avenue. This is where all this happened, right?
Yeah, underneath the I-95 overpass.
Right. And so other than Trooper North's, or in addition to Trooper North's siren, could you hear sirens from other police vehicles?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Could we please take to this, Exhibit 47, could we please play Trooper Dolling's motor vehicle, NVR? It's not playing, it's not playing. Oh. Please stop it. This is where you're exiting off exit 43, correct?
Correct.
Start. You stop it? Okay, so that's the orientation of the vehicles when you brought your police cruiser to a stop?
Yes,
Okay, so the white car right in front, that's the car that was being pursued?
yes.
And the police vehicle to the immediate left of that white Hyundai is whose car?
Trooper Jackson's.
Okay, and the darker vehicle in front, you know which car that was?
That SUV?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay. And can you see Trooper North's cruiser in this from this vantage point?
You can see part of it, yeah.
Okay. And where is it located?
It's on an angle in front of Trooper Jackson's to in the front driver's side of the suspect vehicle.
Okay. Please continue playing the. Stop it, please. So. Is this you, Sergeant Darling, right here?
You can't really see that well.
You can't see it. I'll play a little one. Is that you there?
Yes,
Okay. And that's the West Haven police officer?
It is.
Okay.
yes,
And that's Trooper Jackson back there?
yes.
Do you know who that police officer is there to the right?
I do not.
Stop it, please. So is this where you're moving as you testified from the passenger side of the Hyundai around to where Trooper North was at the front part of the car?
Correct.
Please, can you keep playing it? Okay. And we just saw Trooper North firing, correct? Moments ago.
Correct.
Were you involved in removing Mr. Sullivan's body from the car?
I was not.
You were present when that happened, though.
I was.
You were present when that car rolled forward after Mr. Sullivan was taken out of their car?
Yes.
Were you aware the car was running during this entire time? Did you know that?
No, I did not know it was running and still in gear.
Play Trooper Darling's body-worn camera, please, or a segment of it. Stop.
I got the money. Final order. Hold on.
So when you arrived at the scene there and parked your vehicles several feet behind the white Hyundai, at that time, was there a plan as to how to go forward with this incident?
A plan? No, I mean, the plan was to stop the threat.
Okay. And who was in charge of the scene there?
In no particular single person in charge. We all work together.
All right. Were you the highest ranking state police official on scene?
I guess you could call it a rank. Trooper first class is just what you get when you have 7 years of service on.
Okay. So
But it's not a supervisor.
Promotion, it's just a timing grade kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you didn't act as a supervisor then?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Riccio.
Thank you, Ronnie. Morning, Trooper Dolly.
Morning.
We've never met before, have we?
No, we have not.
I'm Frank Riccio, and I represent Trooper North. So I'd like to ask you some questions about what you've seen on the video and then some other things that happened that day. So when you originally learned about this whole situation, where were you?
I was at the barracks doing some administration.
And that's Troop G Barracks in the area of exit 27A in Bridgeport.
Yes.
And when you first learned of it, at some point you got in your car and you decided to get on the highway, correct?
Yes.
Now, the broadcasts that you were hearing, did it include a report of carjacking, suspect has a knife?
Yes.
And with that, pardon me, with that information, you've learned and you realize that this is more than just a stolen car, correct?
Yes. Correct.
State police policy states that pursuits should not occur when it's simply a stolen car or stolen property, correct?
Correct.
But policy states that if there is the recent use, current use, or future use of violence, or words to that effect, if violence has been introduced, then a pursuit is authorized, correct?
Correct.
So when you first entered I-95 around exit 27, around the Troop G area where the former baseball stadium is and Webster Bank Arena, the car, the white Hyundai Sonata was still behind you, meaning hadn't reached Bridgeport yet, correct?
Correct. I believe it was in the Fairfield area.
All right. And as far as you know, by the way, this white Hyundai Sonata was driving in excess of rate of speed, correct?
Yes.
Recklessly. And this information was gathered through reports you were getting from Troop G, correct?
Yes.
And this vehicle was driving at excessive speeds from Norwalk to Bridgeport without anyone even following it, correct?
I believe there were officers following it at periods of time.
Okay.
Yes, excessive speeds, lane to lane, in the shoulder, colliding into multiple vehicles along the way.
And my next question was, had there been reports from motorists or the public reporting that this white Hyundai Sonata collided with their car?
Yes,
Multiple cars.
multiple, yes.
Now, as the car was approaching, what was your plan once you got on that highway? What was your intention to try to intervene?
So as the suspect vehicle was getting closer, Trooper Jackson and I were on the 27 northbound entrance ramp. I, verbally stated to him, I'm like, let's do a slow roll, slow traffic down to a stop, and stop this suspect vehicle from going any further, causing any further harm or damage.
And just to make sure we all understand what you mean, that you and Trooper Jackson would basically slow everybody behind you down, thereby slowing, you would hope, the Hyundai Sonata down as well.
Correct.
Okay. And was that successful?
At one point it was, and then the suspect vehicle somehow got around a tractor trailer and continued northbound.
Okay. And continued up through Bridgeport and onward.
Correct.
And through your testimony, you state that you were on 95 from Bridgeport to West Haven, correct?
Yes.
All the while, this white Hyundai Sonata driving at speeds almost eclipsing 100 miles an hour, correct?
Yes.
Recklessly weaving in and out of the established lanes of traffic and the breakdown lanes?
Yes.
This was a Wednesday afternoon rush hour traffic, correct?
Correct.
And we can agree that certain parts of 95 between Bridgeport and, say, New Haven, some are more heavy than others, but it's still rush hour.
Yes.
And I think it was you, the report that you wrote, you said that this operator, this white Hyundai Sonata, is creating a very dangerous situation.
Yes.
Creating a dangerous situation not only to the people that he did hit, as you've testified to, you heard reports of, but also what you observed.
Correct.
Ultimately, the operator pulled off in West Haven. Now, I'd like to then bring you, if I could, to the underpass, Campbell Avenue, where you just watched some video. If I saw correctly, there were 3 officers who had lethal cover upon Mr. Suleiman prior to Officer North discharging his weapon. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That would be Sergeant Zwickler, yourself, and Trooper North, correct?
Right.
And in fact, at one point, Trooper Jackson even had lethal cover before he went to his taser, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're trained that the non-lethal option should be used if feasible and if possible, correct?
Correct.
But at one point, 4 officers went to lethal cover because of the dangerousness of the situation.
Yes.
And not only the dangerousness of that situation at that moment, but the dangerousness of the operator of that car, since you knew what had happened through reports between Norwalk and West Haven, correct?
Yes.
Starting with a report of a carjacking, suspect has a knife in Norwalk, through Bridgeport, where you personally saw the reckless driving and erratic driving on the highway, correct?
Correct.
You were asked questions about who was in charge of the scene at the time, and this is the scene under the overpass. No, there was no one in charge. There was no one that was calling the shots, for lack of a better term, correct?
Correct.
The timing wouldn't allow for that. Agreed?
No.
There was no way for anyone to call a timeout and let's regroup and see what we can do. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Officer Rappo, you didn't know Officer Rappa at the time, correct?
No.
You just knew he was a West Haven officer.
Yes.
Officer Rappa decides to break the window. You didn't command him to do that, correct?
No, I did not.
As far as you know, did anybody command him to do that?
No.
He took it upon himself to break the window, and he did break that window, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Now, I believe your testimony was you didn't have a clear view as to how the operator of the white Hyundai Sonata reacted or what his movements were. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. Very limited.
Very limited from your position. You were
From my point of view, yes.
okay. But you do know that prior to that window breaking, Mr. Suleiman sat unresponsive. You could see that he was unresponsive and not moving, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to see after the window broke that he was responsive at that point. There was movement,
Yes.
but that's really the extent of what you were able to see.
Yes.
All right, I have no other questions, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Devlin, anything?
Yes, thank you, sir. Do you know for a fact that there were collisions on 95 as that white Hyundai moved up the road?
Yes.
There were actual collisions,
Yes, there were.
not just reports of collisions?
Well, reports of actual collisions.
No, reports of possible collisions. Didn't the person say, I think he might have hit some cars?
I don't know. I wasn't in dispatch, but we got report over the radio that there were that he struck multiple
Reports
people.
of possible collisions. But do you know for a fact yourself where there actually were car collisions?
I know for a fact that he intentionally rammed 2 police cruisers.
Okay, I'm talking about motorists. Mr. Ricky was talking about motorists before the chase got up to Bridgeport.
Did I visually see it? No.
Okay. When Mr. Suleiman was sitting uncooperative in that car, or not uncooperative, unresponsive in that car, surrounded by police cars, windows up, doors locked, before Officer Rappa broke that window, before, okay? Are you saying that state police regulations would allow the use of lethal force against him?
Against him? Well, he addressed us with lethal force by using
Talking
his
about when he's
vehicle
sitting
as
in
a
the
deadly
car.
weapon.
Wait a minute. I'm talking about when he's sitting in the car, as you said, unresponsive, car surrounded by police cars, armed police officers around it, windows up, doors locked, right there, right there. Are you saying the state police regulations would authorize lethal force against him in that situation?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now, you said that there's no way we could call a timeout. No way we could pause here. Before that window was broken, why not?
It's just not realistic, sir.
It's not realistic to actually take a position in your police cars with the engines of your police car giving you cover and actually maybe ask a supervisor to come to the scene or talk among yourselves or figure out how you're going to maybe safely proceed with this attempted arrest. You couldn't do that.
Well, we were communicating. Trooper Jackson and Trooper North were communicating very well
Really?
when he instructed him to go to his taser.
And that was it, right? Go to your taser. Jackson, go to taser. That was it, right? Was there any other words said between them?
No, not
Was there
really.
any words said by you to anybody there?
No,
Was anybody, West Haven, did they communicate with the state police there?
no, just relied on our training and that's what happened.
That's what happened.
Correct.
And you're pulling a dead boy out of the car there. That's what happened, right?
The suspect.
Suspect. All right. Correct. You're telling me that nobody could have taken a different path on this, safer path, better path. You're saying that couldn't happen.
No. I mean, we could all be a Monday morning quarterback, sir, but it's just not feasible in that time.
I'm not trying to be a Monday morning quarterback. I'm trying to examine your options right then and there at that time. No plan, no supervisor, just sirens going off. And there were sirens going off in addition to North Siren. You heard that, right?
Heard that.
Okay. Once that window was broken, things changed, correct?
Correct.
And the window was broken, that just sort of happened from your point of view.
What do you mean it just sort of happened?
You didn't order it to happen. You didn't order it not to happen.
No.
Okay. Now, you testified here in some detail from Mr. Riccio, and your report is dated April 22nd 2020. Is that the only report you prepared in connection with this incident?
Correct.
And it was like 3 months after the incident?
Yes.
So how were you able to recall in detail, like what you said to Attorney Riccio?
By watching my body worn camera in conjunction with my mobile video recorder from
Okay.
the cruiser.
All right. And did you do that with anybody else present when you did that?
No,
Just by yourself?
correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Riccio?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Sir, this entire incident and when I say the incident, starting from the moment the pursuit ended underneath that overpass to the time Trooper North fired his weapon was less than 1 minute, correct?
Correct.
There was no time to de-escalate the situation, was there?
No, there was not.
De-escalation is hopefully a pathway to cooperation, correct?
Correct.
That was not possible, was it?
It was not. There was zero cooperation from the system.
Now, West Haven broke that window, and no one told him to do that. He just decided to do that, correct? And you had to adapt to that situation. You had to adapt now to Officer Rapper breaking that window, correct?
Yes.
And the breaking of that window then started a chain of events that a break would not have allowed for, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
The timing on this thing was entirely within the police department's control, correct?
Not really in our control. Our actions were in response to the suspect's actions.
He's sitting there in that car. And I acknowledge he's driving recklessly up the road. I acknowledge he crashed through the police cars. I'm not disputing that at all, sir. Not for 1 second. Okay, but I'm taking you to exit 43, Campbell Avenue. At that moment, the timing of this thing is completely within the police department's control. Correct?
I'm not sure what you're getting at with that.
Well, you're saying, oh, it happened in 1 minute. So the time was so compressed. It was compressed because you broke that window and things took off from there. I mean, it didn't have to happen that way.
Well, again, it's split decisions. Life or death situation is on the line there. So
He's sitting in the car, unresponsive, surrounded by police officers with doors locked and the windows up, correct?
again, not listening to commands.
Okay, but the Connecticut State Police Department recognizes that sometimes people are uncooperative, correct?
They do.
And he was uncooperative in basically a passive way. Isn't that true?
What do you mean passive?
He wasn't acting out. He wasn't threatening you. He's sitting there in the car, staring straight forward in sort of almost a catatonic state. Wasn't that true?
So you're going to single that one incident out from the whole pursuit up 95?
Yeah,
through
because of that
multiple
one
times?
incident, that's where you use lethal force. That's right.
Well,
I am.
that's what he drove the situation to be.
He was sitting in the car, staring straight ahead, not moving.
Objection, Your Honor. We're leading the witness and argumentative.
It's not argumentative. I admit.
I sustain the objection, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. How is Mr. Suleiman positioned in the car before the window was broken?
He's seated in the driver's seat,
Okay. And
facing forward.
okay. And how is he looking?
He's looking straight ahead.
Okay. What was his appearance?
I couldn't see from the back of his head.
Okay. You said he was staring straight ahead previously. Was that how you described it?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer Deli. Excuse.
Call Sergeant Kiley.
Sorry, what's the name?
Thomas Kiley, Your Honor's next
Thank you.
witness. Fucking notes.
Morning, sir.
Sir, may you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? May you please state your first and last name for the record?
It's Thomas.
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Kiely.
May you please state your badge number and business address?
At the time, it was 0139 at 1111 Country Club Road in Middletown, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
You may be seated. Pull up to the microphone if you could, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently retired from the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the effective date of your retirement?
February of 2021.
Okay. And directing your attention to January 15, 2020, were you a Connecticut State Police Sergeant at that time?
Yes, I was.
And were you on duty on that date?
I was.
And what was your duty assignment at that time?
I was the evening shift supervisor along with Sergeant Hennessy.
All right. And at what location?
Troop G in Bridgeport.
All right. And what were your duties there?
Just to oversee the evening shift patrol. We have typically 9 to 10 individuals on patrol at any given shift.
Okay. And Troop G, what's the geographical, in terms of I-95, what's the geographical range of a Troop G?
Troop G it's a big area that we cover. It covers from the New York border on 95 all the way to the Guilford line. On Route 15, we cover from the New York border all the way up to the Sikorsky Bridge. We also cover Route 7 or Super 7. We cover Route 8 and 25 up to the Shelton Trumbull line as well.
Okay. And during that afternoon, say somewhere 4:30 to 5 o'clock range, did you become aware of a pursuit by Connecticut State Troopers of a white Hyundai Sonata northbound on 95?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where were you physically when that was going on?
I was in the sergeant's office at Troop G.
Okay. And you could monitor that through what mechanisms?
Just through the radio transmissions.
Okay. At some point, did you move from your office to another location within Troop G?
Yes, I did. I moved to dispatch.
Okay. And were you able to observe other things in dispatch?
I was able to.
And what was that?
We have highway cameras that are operated by the DOT, and we can pretty much view real time.
Okay. And that pursuit ended in the vicinity of exit 43 in West Haven. Is that right?
Correct.
And when the dispute ended on Campbell Avenue off exit 43, where were you at that time?
I would have been in the dispatch area.
Okay, but still at Troop G in Bridgeport.
Correct, sir.
And shortly after the cars got off exit 43, did you hear a radio broadcast of shots fired?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do in response to that?
I immediately notified the dispatchers that I would be heading up to the scene.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
Okay. And how long did it take you to drive approximately? Drive from your location in Troop G in Bridgeport to the Campbell Avenue location at exit 43?
I would guess anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And when you got there, what did you do?
When I arrived on scene, I specifically positioned my cruiser on the exit 43 off ramp, at which time the ramp was closed with assistance from the Department of Transportation. I then approached the scene where I encountered TFC Richter and Trooper North.
Okay. And was Sergeant Hennessy there as well?
He was on scene. I don't remember if I was first on scene or if I don't remember who got there first, but he was on scene at some point.
Was he present when Trooper First Class Richter and Trooper North and yourself were discussing things?
I believe he was on scene at that point, yes.
And did you ask Trooper North to give you an account of what happened?
I did.
And what did he say?
I asked him for just a very brief, quick synopsis of
What did he say? The question is what he said.
He told me that obviously he was involved in the pursuit. He got off exit 43 where the suspect vehicle had turned left and crashed into a civilian vehicle. Him and Trooper Jackson then boxed in the suspect vehicle with their cruisers. At that point, he had explained that he was on the driver's side of the suspect vehicle, following felony stop procedures, while Trooper Jackson was on the passenger side of the suspect vehicle.
What else did he say?
He then said that The suspect at the time appeared to be stunned or out of it. He said at some point the West Haven officer on the passenger side of the vehicle had shattered the passenger side window out, at which point the suspect became alert, and shortly after presented a knife from his waistband.
What happened after, what did he say happened after that?
He told me that subsequent to that, he had discharged his firearm.
When you asked the trooper north for that synopsis, did you tell him to whom you're going to relay that information?
Can you repeat that, sir?
Well, I'll rephrase the question. When you asked Trooper North the synopsis, did you tell him it was for the bosses?
Yes, I just was looking to get a general idea of what happened on scene.
For the bosses?
For the
safety?
true, I knew, knowing that command staff would be coming down to the scene.
Okay, and because the seriousness of the incident would warrant their attention?
Absolutely.
And they would want to know, basically from you, an account of what happened?
Correct.
All right. Okay, so if we please play exhibit 47, Sergeant Hennessy's body-worn camera number 1.
How's it going? Good. Everybody okay? Stop it, please.
Okay, so Sergeant Kelly, that's you to the right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Trooper North is directly across from you on the left-hand part of the screen?
Yes, he is.
And straight ahead is Trooper First Class Richter?
Yes, sir.
Vice President.
Do you want to give me a quick synopsis of what happens when the bosses are asking? Just at the end of the whole time? No, I mean, I saw most of the stuff up on the highway. So, like, we got here, basically, from me, kind of like got boxing behind the other car that was just in the right lane. And then Jackson kind of pulled up here, and I went around the front. We get out, telling me to stop on his driver's side door. Jackson's on the other door that comes up. The guy's kind of like out of it. He was passed out. And West gave a guy who came over the passenger side window. And when I guess
So that, obviously the sound on that is interrupted when Sergeant Hennessy shuts off the audio portion of his body-worn camera.
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading.
Okay, when did the sound part of that audio stop?
It stopped during our conversation.
Okay, and what was the balance of the conversation after it stopped?
Just what I detailed in my report,
Which was what?
that he has ultimately taken the knife from his waistband and ultimately he had discharged his firearm.
Okay. All right, and did you interview Trooper Joshua Jackson at the scene there?
I'm sure I had conversations with him. I wouldn't refer to it as an interview.
Okay, I don't mean interview. I mean asked him to indicate to you what happened?
Yes.
Okay, and could you please, Sergeant Hennessy, body-worn camera number 3?
This is Lord Terrace. And who is this? That's not Jackson. You were involved in the DA too or not? Initially, yeah. this passenger side or passenger side? Yeah. Okay. Are you in here? Okay. And north side of your from the DA. Okay. I'm not sure what the DA. What's all this?
Yeah, he already said he was here.
I did not see that.
Right.
And you did not fire your duty weapon? I fired my taser. Just the taser. You know if you fired it before or after the fire? Before. That's I think the contract was less lethal. And I fired the taser and I was trying to fire. Okay. And North's already out here? Okay.
I ask the clerk to mark this document for identification, please.
Next number, Mr. Clerk.
Next one. Next consecutive. I was showing you what the clerk's marked as State's Exhibit Number 5 for identification. Do you recognize this document? Sorry, Clerk.
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, what is that?
It is a investigative report that I produced in response to this incident.
Okay. And looking at the, I think it's the second page of the report, there's some, right, is there some language there that's bracketed in red brackets?
Yes, sir.
And is that a summary of Trooper North's statement to you at the scene that we just saw part of in the body-worn camera video, Sergeant Hennessy?
Yes, sir.
I offer that, Your Honor.
I object, Your Honor. It's a
yeah,
police
he's-
report, which it contains hearsay, among other things.
The statement of a party opponent. It's Mr. North's statement.
Well, it's a recounting, as I understand it, it's a recounting of Mr. North's statement,
Right, I'm
right?
offering the statement of the defendant.
But how does it come in through this witness on that statement?
Well, this
Why is it not hearsay?
This is, statement of a party opponent is an exception to the hearsay rule. And he's the one, it's like he was in the police department across the desk and wrote down a statement. It's a statement. He should come in.
Police reports are replete with hearsay.
This, I'm not the only part of this report I'm offering
I understand.
is the report pertaining to our statement.
In the event that it's admitted, it needs to be redacted, and we would have to see what that looks
Are
like.
you offering the whole document,
I'm
Mr. Devlin, or just,
offering
and the bracket is not part of the original document, right? I mean,
the red part or not.
yeah, you wrote on it or
I
something.
just did that to sort of segregate.
Okay, and the
out
part you're offering is the part that's bracketed, and that your offer is that that's the statement of Trooper North as recounted by
Sergeant Crowell.
the sergeant. Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Can I just speak one?
Yes.
One additional argument is that you're not offering as a prior and consistent statement.
I'm offering it as a statement of a party opponent.
Yeah, he's not offering it, it's not being admitted as a prior and consistent statement.
Thank you.
No further questions.
I'll retrieve that exhibit.
5?
Yes.
Your Honor, you want to mark this full?
That's full. Well, the portion that's bracketed in red is full. The document is not, it's for identification.
I can prepare a substitute exhibit for the clerk, but just only have the portion
For
that
the ease
admitted.
of everything, but I think that I'll let, Mr. Riccio go ahead
Sure.
using that document, but we'll all understand that the document's not in evidence. The red part is, we'll have a substitute for that exhibit. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sergeant Kiley, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, Mr. Attorney Devlin showed you a video, a couple of videos. One of the videos included the conversation that you had with Trooper North, not underneath the overpass. So the first interview in time that we saw today, you recall seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you asked him to recount what happened that evening, you're asking him to describe what happened just minutes after this event took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tensions, you assume, are still high because a very serious incident had just taken place,
Absolutely.
correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure your heart was beating and you weren't even at the scene when the incident occurred.
Correct, sir.
And when you asked Trooper North to explain what happened, I think the language was, and correct me if I'm wrong, give me a quick synopsis of what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't intend this interaction with Trooper North to be an interview, correct?
Absolutely not.
So you didn't intend that interaction with Trooper North to serve as a soup to nuts A to Z description of the event, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, when you asked for the quick synopsis, I think Trooper North said words to the effect of from the beginning, and you sort of redirected him to explain, bring this here, or let's talk about what happened here.
Correct, sir.
So again, the purpose of this interaction with Trooper North was not to get every chapter and verse of what happened underneath that overpass, correct?
That is correct.
You just wanted to get an idea of what had occurred because you weren't there and you needed to know generally what happened so you can then act accordingly, correct?
Correct.
So when you spoke to him, and I'm looking at what's now been introduced as states of 5, and I'm going to read portions of it, and then I'll ask you questions. It says, I approached Trooper North and Trooper.
I just want to, that document is not in evidence except for the bracketed portion.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I will not go beyond the bounds of the court's ruling. And again, this is not an interview. You're just trying to learn a little bit. And you said, I asked Trooper North to give me a quick synopsis of what happened. Again, a quick synopsis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Trooper North explained that after the suspect crashed into another vehicle, he and Trooper Jackson positioned their cruisers to box the suspect in. He told you that, correct?
He did, yes, sir.
He didn't tell you the speeds that they were hitting, where it happened, or any of the other surrounding information. He just told you that basic fact, correct?
Correct.
Trooper North explains that he approached the driver's side of the suspect vehicle while Trooper Jackson approached the passenger side. Trooper North further explained he was utilizing felony stop procedures at this point. He explained that the suspect initially appeared to be out of it. You recall him saying that, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when the West Haven police officer shattered the passenger side window, the suspect was startled and came to. Again, general information, not bringing you moment by moment, but you're just trying to get basic information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Trooper North stated that the suspect then reached into his waistband and pulled out a knife. Trooper North stated that he subsequently fired his duty weapon. He told you that.
Yes, sir.
And we saw in the video a few moments ago that at some point the audio went off or turned off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we don't know why it went off, but it went off. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
But can we agree that even after the audio went off, Trooper North continued to talk to you, correct?
It would appear so, yes, sir.
So even though there may not have been an audible or any audio at all, Trooper North was still communicating through his hands and his mouth to you. He was still discussing what was happening, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, again, this event had just happened minutes ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you been involved in very serious incidents like this during your career?
Objection.
Well, I claim it because I'm going to ask him.
What's the claim?
The claim is the impression that these events leave on a police officer.
Objection. He's not an expert on that. Beyond the scope of direct examination.
I'll allow the question. We'll see where you go, okay?
Have you been involved in situations like this during the course of your career?
Objection. Like this meaning firing 7 shots and resulting in fatality?
Well, I'll sustain that.
What I mean, I think he has to focus the witness on what the.
No, the point's taken.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
I will rephrase my question.
Okay.
These are high stress situations, are they not?
Yes, sir.
For not only the participants involved, but also the sergeants and investigators who come to the scene after the fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, your communications, your interaction with Trooper North was not to get a blow-by-blow description, but simply a bare bones description, a quick synopsis using your language. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
And the policy regarding body-worn cameras is that body-worn cameras are to be on when officers are interacting with the public, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when troopers are not interacting with the public, then the policy doesn't require that these recordings, that the video and audio be on. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And sir, if I may bring this back to the clerk.
Yeah.
Step one moment, please. A few more questions, sir.
Yes.
You were one of the 2 sergeants that were working that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I use the term commanding officer, would that accurately describe your position that evening?
Yeah. Commanding officers usually for like a lieutenant or above, but yes, in terms of supervision, I would say we were the highest level of supervision at the time.
It would have, no sergeant, including yourself, called that pursuit off that night, correct?
Correct, sir.
And finally, just returning to the scene for a moment, immediately after you spoke to Trooper North, Trooper North went to the hospital, correct?
Yes, he did.
Who told him to go to the hospital?
I did, sir.
And you told him to go to the hospital because of the event that occurred and the resulting impact upon him, correct?
Correct. I spent numerous years in major crimes investigating these actual types of incidents, and I know that it does take a toll on the individual. So for his well-being, I wanted him to get checked out.
It takes a toll on a person emotionally.
Absolutely.
It takes a toll on a person physically.
Yes, it does.
It takes a toll on a person mentally.
Absolutely.
And for those reasons, you directed him to go to Yale New Haven Hospital.
I did.
And he went to the hospital as far as you know.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Devlin, anything?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions, Your Honor. What's the exhibit? 40. What is the exhibit? Policies there in the 41 to 3 range. So, Sergeant Kiley, this incident involving an officer-involved shooting and a fatality was a major incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you first spoke to Trooper North, you asked for the synopsis so you could tell when the bosses inquire, you would be able to report to them what happened.
Yes, sir.
And as you said before, when you say bosses, who are you talking about?
Command staff.
Command staff of the state police,
Yes, sir.
up to the highest levels.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so North knew that what he was telling you was going to go to the highest levels of the state police.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Leading.
What did North when
Sustained, stricken. Okay.
when you said bosses, well, highest level of state police, fine. Thank you. Let me, Attorney Riccio, ask you some questions about, stress of these events. I see exhibit 41, 2, 3, and 2. Safety's policy.
You think 42, Mr.?
Yes. So during this pursuit, and when the pursuit ended on the stop, did Trooper North or any other troopers there summon you to the scene to give them direction before the shots were fired?
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't choose to do that on your own?
I only responded to the scene after the incident concluded.
Okay. And I want to show you this as part of what's been offered as a full exhibit number 42. And I would direct, this is described as the vehicle pursuit policy of the Connecticut State Police in effect at the time of this incident. Can you please read that part of number 2, arrest considerations?
Number 2, arrest considerations. Because of the high level of emotions generated during pursuits, troopers and police officers must be aware that any physical force used to apprehend a violator must be reasonable and consistent with both state laws and department policy regarding the use of force.
So the policymakers at the state police, they realize that troopers can be amped up with respect to these pursuits, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it might affect their judgment.
Perhaps, sir.
Well, it's a cautionary note to be careful.
Yes, sir.
And is it prudent in these situations to slow the process down? If you can safely.
Okay, I guess in terms of the pursuit itself?
No, in terms of the activities of the police in a felony stop situation.
Each situation is so fluid, it's hard to detail how it could be, slowed down at that given moment.
Well, I mean, I guess let me put it the other way. Is it prudent to rush it when you don't have to?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Couple brief questions, Your Honor. You testified that every situation is fluid, correct?
Yes, sir.
Every situation is unique, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these procedures and policies are just guidelines, correct? They are not hard and fast rules. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And because every situation is unique, you have to adapt to the situation and the circumstances that you find yourself in. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The guidelines are prescriptive, though, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Nothing.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Or retired, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Slip.
Good morning, Your Honor. State's next witness is Douglas Lacey.
So, Mr. Devlin, you guys will prepare a substitute.
do it right now. Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit
Yes,
5. Okay.
Thank you.
Just try to stand.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my first name is Douglas, last name is Lacey, Lacey.
May you please state your business address for the record?
9 Kingsland Drive, Suite 111, Stafford, Virginia, 22556.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat, sir, and pull up to the microphone so we can hear you, okay? Thanks.
Hi, sir. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Could you tell the jury a little bit about what your professional background is?
Yes, I'll start with my education. I earned a Bachelor of Science degree in electrical engineering from the University of Miami in 1996. Subsequently, in 2019, I earned a Master of Science degree in recording arts, emphasis in media forensics from the University of Colorado, Denver. In 1996, following graduation from my undergraduate program at Miami, I was employed by the FBI's Forensic Audio Video Unit in Quantico, Virginia, where I was employed there as an electronics engineer, was my official title, and my primary duties were as a forensic audio examiner. So in that capacity, I would examine audio recordings either to enhance, clean up, or to authenticate, to assess whether they had been altered in some way, and provide testimony in court as needed. In 2003, I left the FBI and began working full-time in the private sector, again, conducting forensic audio examinations with a company named Beck Tech LLC, which was owned by Mr. Bruce Koenig at the time, a former FBI supervisory special agent. We also began conducting forensic video examinations around that time in 2003. With video, again, enhancement of video recordings, authentication of video recordings, et cetera.
And do you have any professional certifications in that or any related field?
Yes, I am a certified forensic video examiner from the International Association for Identification, which is a forensic professional society.
And do you keep up with professional training in the industry?
I do.
And have you been published in that field as well?
Yes, I've authored or co-authored 27 peer-reviewed publications in various aspects of forensic audio, video, and image analysis.
Have you testified in a courtroom before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times approximately?
Prior to today, 72 times.
In that field of video examinations?
Also audio examinations. I think of the 72, 21 relate specifically to video enhancement.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer the defendant as an expert in video examination.
Voir dire, Mr. Riccio?
No, thank you. No objection.
Okay, I'll make the finding.
And sir, did there come a point in time a number of years ago where you were your expertise was sought in this particular case, that incidents that occurred January 15th, 2020 in West Haven, Connecticut?
Yes, I was contacted in February of 2020.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to conduct enhancements of 2 body cam recordings, as I understood it, related to the incident at hand.
Were you provided, first of all, who contacted you?
Inspector Michael Sullivan. In fact, it might have been Chief Inspector Michael Sullivan at that time.
From the Division of Criminal Justice?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did he send you any materials to help you do that work?
Yes, he provided me with a USB flash drive that contained not only 2 body cam recordings, but also 2 dash cam mounted recordings.
And what did you undertake a process? Well, first of all, what were you asked to do specifically with those?
So the body cam recordings, I was asked to enhance those, a portion, designated portion of those body cam recordings in an effort to increase the level of detail or the visibility of content occurring inside of a vehicle.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, I did conduct the enhancements.
And did you produce some sort of product that contained those enhanced videos?
Yes, I did. I produced a number of versions of those recordings, specifically a real-time enhanced copy of the designated segments from each camera, as well as a half-speed and a quarter-speed copy. The real-time copy also would contain the audio. It does contain the audio track corresponding to the video, whereas the half and quarter speed do not contain the audio. I also produced a folder of still images of each enhanced video frame in that designated portion of each recording. And so they contain between 300 and 330 still image files, which correspond to each frame of video in the designated portion in its enhanced form.
And was this, as far as you know, was this Trooper North's body-worn camera? Was one of those videos?
Yes, that's my understanding. One was designated as a North body cam, and also the second one was Jackson body cam.
And have you had an opportunity today to view on a flash drive copies of the, as you said, the full video of each, the quarter speed and the still frames for each of those two individuals?
Yes, I have.
So that's just the quarter speed and the still frames? Is that
The full speed, quarter speed, and the still frames. For
not the half speed?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I trust the clerk, Your Honor.
Yeah. What is your number there?
57, double check.
57, Your Honor.
57 for identification. Was that a flash drive?
Yes, it is.
It's all except the half speed.
I approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm handing you what's, you don't see the marking on it, but it's 57 for identification states. It's a blue flash drive. Is that the flash drive that you used this morning?
Yes, it is.
How can you tell?
I've initialed it on the underside with my initials DL.
So the videos on there and the still frames, those are accurate representations of the product you created roughly 3.5, 4 years ago?
Yes, they're bit for bit identical copies to the work product that I produced in 2020.
I'd offer, Your Honor.
Have you seen these, Mr. Ricchio?
I have.
All right.
No objection.
Full exhibit.
I just said a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And may I publish these through the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
If we could start with just cue up Trooper North's video, the full speed. And before I just don't start playing it yet, you need to flip the monitor back over. And before we play this, could you just tell the jury a little bit about what the technique is, the process that you use to do the enhancements, what that entails, what you're looking for?
The first step with any digital forensic examination is to prepare verified work copies of the submitted evidence. So I prepared a verified work copy of the contents of the flash drive. I then extracted the video files from that work copy. I then conducted a visual review to locate the designated portion as it was described to me in each of the two body cam recordings. I then applied 3 filters to each of those designated portions. The first filter is called levels, which is a function that can optimize the range of brightness in a video recording or a still image. The second filter was called shadow highlight, which is a smart brightening filter where it identifies the shadowed or darker areas of the video and can brighten those independently of well lit or more clearly lit areas. It can also reduce brightness in an area, for example, if there's like a headlight that's aimed right at the camera lens and you get what's called blooming around the pixels. So that shadow highlight can, again, increase the brightness in shadowed areas and decrease the brightness in very bright areas. And the third filter is called unsharp mask, which is essentially, despite the name, is a sharpening filter. And what that does is it's a localized contrast adjustment so that the edge of objects become more distinct. So if you have a bright object against a dark background or vice versa, the transition between that edges of that object and the background would become more visible or clearer.
But just to be clear, the technique you used will not create anything that wasn't there or take away anything that is there?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm not adding content or deleting content from what was captured in the original video.
And for our information, the original videos that you provided, is there a frame rate that you're aware of that those play at?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes. These video recordings were recorded at 30 frames per second, which is approximately what you are used to watching on television. If you've watched surveillance video cameras from buildings or businesses, they're often referred to as time lapse. And what that refers to is it's a lower frame rate or capture rate than 30. So it might be 15 or 10 or 5, something like that. But these at 30 frames per second would be considered full motion video.
So when we play this first full speed video, this North Full Speed is the label for this. Actually, I need to just let my assistant know something. And the jury has this exhibit, so let me just ask you, is there a particular program that is a video player that's better to play this particular program on as opposed to just Windows Media Player?
I typically recommend a program called VLC Media Player. It tends to be a little more robust than Windows Media Player.
Okay. So we just go back here, So we're at the beginning of the North video full speed. Is that what this looks like?
Yes, it does.
And does this have sound?
Yes, the two full speed versions would have sound.
Okay, please play it. Now, that's approximately how many seconds of the video that you were given was that? Let's see.
That's between 10 and 11 seconds.
Could you please play that using that same VLC player, play the quarter speed video? Okay, stop. Go back. Stop right there. You see an object right there?
May I approach the monitor?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted, that was my only question on that for now. Play that again, please.
Is this now at quarter speed or full speed?
This is,
I mean, it doesn't appear to be full speed.
this is the quarter speed.
you mentioned that you created a series of, I think you said, still images from these videos as well?
Yes, I did.
And are those on this flash drive also?
Yes, they are.
Can you open that up?
So I've just asked my assistant to queue up the first frame of those frames. Approximately how many are there for the, get that 11-second video from the one that's labeled north?
There are 320 some odd images.
Is there a way for the jury or a person that has this to sort of play this through in a slower fashion than we just saw, to kind of see each individual frame?
Yes, with this software, you should be able to hold down the right arrow key. You can either just tap it once to move to the next still image, or you can hold it down and it will play a pseudo video representation of those stills.
So could you please do that? Just to move forward with it. Now, as we're watching this, what's each one of these frames represents about how much time?
Based on the 30 frame per second capture rate, that would be about 33 milliseconds in between the capture of each frame of video. So 0.033 second.
There's a little bit catching up you have to do when you hold the button down. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, sometimes the computer will have to buffer the images, so you'll see that little circular arrow represented on the screen.
Okay, what I'd like you to do, Stephen, is to go to line 222. And you said about 300 frames, approximately 300.
321 or 24.
They're actually numbered in sequence. Is that right? I know this is your product, so it's a little hard to see, but there's a number at the end of the whole file number. Actually, you have it labeled as video frame, and there's a number for you to kind of
Yes,
hover over that image.
Yes, that's correct.
So we can pull up 220. Yes, thank you. So this is 222. I asked you a few moments ago if you could identify an object as we're playing, I think, the quarter speed. Remember that?
Yes, I believe you asked if I could see an
If you
object.
could see an object, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And is this essentially a screen capture or the screen, the still image of that frame that we spoke about earlier,
I believe it is, yes.
roughly?
Yes.
Yeah, they'll be better when it's on screen.
Gotcha.
Having asking the close to mark, these corporate numbers 50 and 51. States 50 and 51 for identification.
Are these excerpted from the
This
57?
they are printed copies of that, and then the very next frame, Your Honor.
So they wouldn't be like 57A and B? I mean, they're coming from 57, right? Which is what the thumb drive is.
That's true. I mean, could do it that way.
Let's do it that way. Is it okay?
Sure. So 57A.
Is that going to mess you up now, Mr.?
No, I just have to. My esteemed assistant will know the numbers.
One's going to mess her up.
So I'm going to show you, Mr. Lacy, the color, the image of this essentially gets printed from a color printer, which is conceived not the same quality as we see on the screen. But I showed you this earlier, and other than the image being not as high quality, is that fairly accurate to represent what we see on the screen as far as image 222?
Your Honor, may I approach the monitor?
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And I'm going to hand you 57B for identification. And if you could just go to the next, thank you, next one, next image up is now 223 we're showing. And I'm going to ask you that same question. Does that, despite its quality, fairly accurately represent that image that's on the screen now?
Again, Your Honor, may I approach? Thank you.
That's 223. That's 223.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection. Full exhibits 57A and B.
I would just publish those if we could in the format that it might be any different in the presentation format. So take a look at D7A.
So this is 57A?
Correct, Your Honor. I mean, it's essentially the same photo, just in program, but looking better from jury. And you see that object again?
Yes.
Okay, then next, 57B, please. Okay, and you see any difference in in that image than the last image?
This image visually corresponds to the onset of the first gunshot that occurs. And what can be seen is the effect of the muzzle blast against the bright light. There are particles in the air that are not present in the prior image.
But is it fair to say that this is when the defendant fires his weapon for the first time?
This is the first visual occurrence of the gunshot having occurred. It's possible that had it occurred in a sense between the frames,
Right.
that the onset may not have been captured fully in this image, but this is the first visual evidence of the first gunshot event.
Understood. But knowing that these are approximately 1/30th of a second apart, each of these frames, this is the earliest visual representation we see of the defendant firing his weapon.
That's correct.
Thank you. Can we go to Jackson's form, please? And now I'm asking you to publish to the jury Trooper Jackson's full speed, please.
Trooper Jackson's what? I'm sorry.
Full speed body-worn camera.
David, could we do the quarter screen? Thank you. Just a couple more questions. If you could open up the video, the still frame folder in Jackson's file. And approximately how many frames? Well, let me ask you this first of all. How many seconds was this video?
Again, this was approximately between 10 and 11 seconds.
Okay, same as Trooper North?
Yes.
And could you just click on the first video, the first image there? And if I were to ask somebody playing this, such as my assistant here, to hit the arrow keys forward, they'd be able to basically go in a frame by frame way through this video?
Yes, by using the right arrow key, and the left arrow key would go backwards a frame.
So if you could just do that for a portion of this. Maybe just slow down and just hit maybe a half second between each one. Right here. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Remember, I have no further questions.
Mr. Ricchio,
I do have a little cross, but would this be a good time for the morning break?
it would be, so 15 minutes till 10 on noon. We're in recess.
All rise. Court's again in session. You may be seated. Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning, Marshal.
Your Honor, before the jury comes back, I just want to alert the court that I have redacted exhibit number 5, a portion of Sergeant Kiley's report, eliminating all the text in it except for the portion that Your Honor allowed in. All right, so I'm going to give this to the clerk.
Please.
It's a substitute good thing. And Attorney Ricco's seen it. I think he has no objection.
All set, Mr. Ricchio, on that?
Yeah, I saw it. I'm just taking a look at it again. It's acceptable.
Good. So now we have Exhibit 5.
Right.
Six and 2, we have?
So stipulated.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Ricchio,
May I inquire?
you may inquire.
Good morning still. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. Just have a handful of questions, sir, regarding what you've testified to today and the work that you've done. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't know anything about the circumstances around the event that this trial is about, correct?
That's correct.
So, again, you don't know who any of these human figures are that were in these videos. You don't know who they are, what they are, correct?
That's correct. I have no personal knowledge of any of the individuals.
Right. Now, you may be able to tell, wouldn't stretch reality, that there were police cars on the scene, right?
Yes.
But over and above that, again, you don't know what happened, who was there, what they were thinking, none of that stuff, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know anything about the occupant of that car, who he is, where he started, anything about him, fair?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you're certainly qualified through your training and experience and your qualifications to take video and enhance it through the use of all of these different lenses and filters and whatnot. But we could agree that if at the scene, the participants in these videos didn't have the benefit of enhancements in filters and lenses, correct?
That's correct. They would have been observing it with their naked eye.
Exactly. And the naked eye doesn't have the enhancing capabilities that computers do, correct?
I would say one thing, that the human eye is more sensitive to light than camera lenses tend to be. But from the perspective of what you're saying, I would not disagree with your statement.
And to say it differently, or in a modified way, the human eye isn't equipped with filters or the other computer-generated enhancements that computers utilize, correct?
Yes, again, except for, and sorry to give you a long-winded answer, but obviously the human eye reacts to light. The pupil changes its diameter in response to the light that's receiving. So there are some functions of the eye that are incorporated into the sight of the vision.
Sure.
But it's not like I can flick a switch to apply a sharpening filter, to the live events that are occurring.
I'm with you.
Okay.
And I didn't wake up this morning thinking we'd be talking about the pupil in the eye, but the pupil in the eye opens and closes with brightness, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about some of the filters that you use. You talked about shadow highlight. That was one.
Yes.
correct? Well, tell me the other filters again.
Levels.
Yep.
And unsharp mask.
Now, again, these are filters used through the technology that you have to enhance the video that you were given to enhance.
Correct. Yes.
But once again, the participants at that scene did not have the benefit of any computer-generated enhancements, did they?
No, that's correct. They did not.
The participants at that scene did not have the benefit to slow time down to quarter time, did they?
They did not. No,
They couldn't slow time down to halftime.
that's correct.
They couldn't slow time down so that they can evaluate frame by frame by frame. That's just not how life is, correct?
That's correct.
Your assistance helps with that, but real life isn't like that. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yes.
So you present video that went through these enhancements, and in fact, not only is the video enhanced through your assistance, but you need a special video player to play it, correct?
It was one, VLC is what I recommend because it, again, tends to be more forgiving or more robust when trying to play back files, video files. It's very possible that on that particular system, Windows Media Player would have worked just as well. But in my experience, I tend to recommend VLC because I've had no issues with it.
So this VLC player, from your experience, would seem to, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to use the wrong words here, tends to sharpen the picture in the video better.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. Tell me again why, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Depending on how much RAM a computer has, what other activities may be going on, what other applications might be open, the smoothness of the playback may not be so smooth with certain playback programs. VLC, again, to me, in my experience, has been more forgiving in the environment of a PC that may not have as much RAM as I have back in my lab, for example.
I see. But irregardless of the program one uses to play the video back, again, we can agree that you've applied all these lenses and enhancements to change the appearance of what the appearance was at the scene if you were there in person.
Yes, let me make one comment. You keep referring to lenses. I'm not applying any sort of physical lens to, I'm not projecting it through a lens and then re-recording or anything like that.
That may be just me using an iPhone and trying to enhance pictures. Sometimes they're called lenses, but in any event, you're applying these filters. That's the right term, right?
Correct.
Okay. The first, you were given 2 videos to enhance, correct?
Yes.
And you did say when asked how long was in real time, how long was the video of the second video, which was Trooper Jackson's video? I think you said 10 to 11 seconds. Did I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the first video, which is Trooper North's video, do you recall in real time how long that video?
It was also between 10 and 11 seconds.
Okay. So again, your job was to evaluate 20 seconds worth of video, 10 plus 10, or 11 plus 11, 22 seconds worth of video.
I was requested to enhance, not
Correct.
Evaluate. I wouldn't use that term, but I was asked to enhance a designated portion from each of those, having a length of approximately 10 to 11 seconds each.
Correct. So all told, the material, the videos that you were given, again, real time, beginning to end, 22 seconds from beginning to end. 11 seconds plus 11 seconds.
Those were the portions that I worked on, but the source recordings I was given for each of those was much longer.
Right. And obviously, you play in the quarter time, it's going to be 4 times the amount of that. But my point is that we've just been spending an hour talking about 22 seconds worth of video. Can we agree on that? Minus the 15 minutes for a break.
Yes, Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
A couple of follow-up questions, Your Honor. So just so we're clear, VLC and Windows Media Player, are those two types of software, general software you can use to play video files on a PC?
Yes, video files, audio files, et cetera.
And are they just competitors? Is anyone more technically better than the other necessarily?
I would say the advantage for VLC in my experience is that it tends to be more forgiving when playing back video files on a computer, which may be underperforming with Windows Media Player.
And to follow up on Attorney Ricco's question, it has more to do with the focus of the images as they're popping up on the screen as opposed to any sort of different way that the images appear once they're in focus, right?
Right. It's an issue of in Windows Media Player or some other media player program, there may be stuttering or there may be buffering occurring, lag time during playback of the video. And so VLC tends to play the recording back more smoothly in my experience.
What software did you use, by the way, to do this?
To conduct the enhancements,
Yes.
Adobe Premiere Pro.
So recognizing you're not your expertise, and I know you're not an ophthalmologist, but can you tell the jury a little bit what you do know from your expertise in the area that you're qualified in? How a human eye might see things with respect to the light that's available versus the Panasonic body-worn camera that you originally used, the video that you usually use to enhance it, and say the enhancements here. Is there a range that you can estimate where the eye would fall within that?
So I testified earlier that the human eye has a greater sensitivity to light. And so in terms of a technical term, it has greater dynamic range of lighting conditions compared generally to camera sensors. And you may see this yourself with your mobile device. If you're in a restaurant that may be somewhat dimly lit, you have no problem seeing the person sitting in front of you. When you want to take a picture, the camera will either be the image will either be very dark, or in iPhones, I'm an iPhone user, you might see a number pop up in the upper corner that says 2 or 3 or 4. And what that refers to is the number of seconds that the camera wants you to hold the camera still as you're taking this picture based on the low light conditions. And so basically the sensor is exposed to light for a 4-second period so that it has enough light to capture the image that you're interested in.
So conceding as you said across that the enhancements, the still frames that we showed are not exactly what the human eye, what the defendant, what Trooper Jackson are actually perceiving. Is it fair to say that the Panasonic versions of the unenhanced body-worn cameras were also not necessarily what they were saying and what they were perceiving?
Yes, to the extent you're saying that the original as well as the enhanced are not meant to exactly replicate what the human eye would see at the scene, I would agree with that
The
statement.
human eye might actually be better than the unenhanced versions that you received in evidence, correct?
That's possible. I again, you mentioned I'm not an ophthalmologist, but my understanding of this, at least from the perspective of sensitivity to light, the human eye would be more sensitive than the camera sensor.
So it reacts like your eye would react like an aperture, a camera aperture would.
Yes, the pupil would react as an aperture.
Thank you.
And sir, you're not a behavioral scientist, are you?
I am not.
And you don't know a person's perception of things based upon conditions, what they see, what they smell, what they hear, what they do. Those are issues as well that you're not qualified to speak on, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State's next witness is Lisa Ragazza.
Oh. Right this way, Miss, please. Okay.
May you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Lisa Ragazza,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Ragaza.
May you please state your business address for the record?
278 Colony Street in Meriden, Connecticut.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a seat
Thank you, Your Honor.
and pull up to the microphone if you could, Ms. Regaza.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Could you tell us where you work, please?
So I work for the state of Connecticut in the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection in the Division of Scientific Services, which is the forensic science laboratory for the state.
And what kind of services does the Forensic Science Laboratory provide?
So we have a section for forensic biology and DNA. We have a chemistry section, which includes toxicology and controlled substances, arson and explosives, and gunshot residue testing. And then we have an identification section that includes firearms, footwear and tire track comparisons, latent prints, multimedia and image enhancement, and computer crimes and electronic evidence.
And how long have you worked at the lab?
So I've worked at the lab as a forensic science examiner for since 2010.
And that's your position, Forensic Science Examiner?
Forensic Science Examiner 1.
What other professional positions have you had in forensic science?
So prior to becoming a Forensic Science Examiner 1, I worked for 2 years for the state as an evidence control officer. And prior to that, I worked for 2 years as a crime scene technician for the Waterbury Police Department. And I also am an adjunct faculty member at Post University and the University of New Haven.
And what are your responsibilities at the lab as a forensic science examiner now?
So in the firearms unit, we perform a variety of different types of testing. We can examine cartridge cases and enter them into the NIBIN database. That's the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. And that database compares cartridge cases from crime scenes and as well as cartridge cases from test fires from firearms. And then I can also perform operability testing on firearms to determine if a firearm is functioning. And we can restore serial numbers on firearms that are obliterated. We also examine bullets and can produce a list of potential makes and models of firearms that have the same general rifling characteristics as those bullets. And then we can perform microscopic examination and comparison of bullets and cartridge cases in order to determine if they were fired in the same firearm. And then we can compare those bullets and cartridge cases to test fires from a particular gun in order to determine if they were fired in a particular gun.
And what's your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's degree in archaeology and geological sciences from Tufts University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
And what's your training in the firearms unit with respect to firearms?
So for NIBIN database entry, operability testing, serial number restoration, and bullet analysis, I received internal training at the laboratory. And then for the microscopic comparison of bullets and cartridge cases, I received training through Nichols Forensic Science Consulting through Ronald Nichols, who's a firearms examiner retired from the ATF. And for all of this training, we had readings, assignments that we had to do. We had essays we had to write. We had tests we had to take, and we had to perform practical exercises as well.
What professional societies or organizations are you a member of, if any?
Yes, so I'm a member of the International Association for Identification, or the IAI, the Connecticut division of the IAI, and the New England division of the IAI. I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, known as AFTI. I'm a member of the Academy of American Academy of Forensic Science, and also the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And I assume you read literature to keep up to speed on the subjects?
Yes, several of those memberships include access to journals.
And have you testified in court before as an expert witness in any particular field?
Yes, I have.
And about approximately how many times?
Approximately 15 to 20 times for firearms.
And how many firearms examinations have you conducted at the lab?
I've conducted hundreds of examinations.
I'd offer Your Honor the witness as an expert in firearms testing and examinations.
No objection.
So,
I'll make the finding.
oh, thank you. So, Ms. Ragazza, when we talk about first of all, let's talk about bullets. My understanding is you maybe brought something with you that might help explain how a bullet is, how a bullet is structured, what the components are.
Yes.
Would you mind? I've showed that to a member of the defense counsel earlier. I don't think there's an objection to this being used as a demonstrative exhibit. Could you show the jury that item?
Yes.
And maybe explain how a bullet works?
Have you seen this, Mr. McKeel?
I understand the demonstrative is going to be used. I haven't actually laid eyes upon the exhibit yet, but
I actually showed Attorney Mann. I apologize. I couldn't find
correct.
that right.
I have no objection to it.
Okay.
But Attorney Ment's seen it. I haven't, but I have no objection to its use.
Okay, and just so the jury is clear, this has been referred to as demonstrative evidence. It isn't going to be something that was part of the case exactly, but it's an exhibit that I suppose it is intended to be useful in explaining concepts to you.
So please proceed.
Okay. So this is considered a firearms cartridge. So the firearms cartridge itself is what you would purchase if you were purchasing a box of ammunition from a store. And so it consists of 4 different components. On the back in the middle is what we call the primer, and the primer is an explosive. And then inside the cartridge would be gunpowder. And then when the cartridge is fired, this actually separates into 2 different things. So you would have your bullet or projectile that would travel down the barrel of the firearm, and that would be come out of the muzzle and travel as a projectile or the bullet. And then you have what we call the cartridge case. And the cartridge case in a semi-automatic pistol would typically be extracted from the chamber and ejected from the firearm and would fall out of the firearm after firing.
When we talk about the caliber of a firearm, what does that refer to?
So firearms are manufactured for a particular caliber. So some of the common calibers we see would be 9mm Luger, 45 Auto, 40 Smith & Wesson, 22 long rifle. So when a firearm is manufactured, it's manufactured to hold a certain caliber of ammunition. And with a bullet, the caliber can actually be put in a caliber class based on the diameter of the base of the bullet. And that's going to be because the barrel itself is made for a certain size. So 22 would be like around 0.22 inches. A 45 would be around 0.45 inches. So those are different sizes. So when we look at a bullet, we'll refer to a bullet as a caliber class bullet based on the dimensions of the diameter of the bullet.
Generally speaking, how does a pistol operate?
So a semi-automatic pistol, what would typically happen is that an individual would load a magazine with firearms cartridges, so the whole cartridge itself. And so a magazine would be loaded with cartridges, and then that typically goes in the grip of the firearm. So it would be placed inside the firearm. And then when the slide is moved back, what happens is that the hammer or the striker ends up in a cocked position under spring tension. And then when the slide moves forward, it's going to strip a cartridge from the magazine and load that into the chamber of the firearm. And then the slide will move forward all the way, and the firearm is in a locked position. And then when the trigger is pulled, the firing pin will actually strike the back of the cartridge in the area of the primer. And that creates an explosion, which then ignites the gunpowder. And there's a buildup of heat and gas inside the cartridge. And so that heat and gas will push the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. And then the cartridge will be in the chamber. And as the slide starts to move back again, the cartridge will be extracted from the chamber with a part of the firearm called the extractor. And then it'll be ejected out of the gun once it hits the part of the firearm called the ejector. And so that'll go back out. And then the slide moves back. It'll cock the hammer or the striker again. And then as it moves forward again, it'll pull the next cartridge from the magazine and load it into the chamber.
And could I have displayed, please, state 16? So if you want to actually, can you zoom in that portion a little bit? So this is an item of evidence in this case. And you mentioned firing pin and cartridge casing. Is this an example of that?
Yes, this is an example of a fired cartridge case. And in the middle is the firing pin impression.
When a cartridge is fired, does the firearm mark the bullets or the cartridge casing in some way?
Yes.
And could you explain how that works?
Yes. So the cartridge case is marked with various parts of the firearm. There's the firing pin impression. So the firing pin strikes that primer, and so leaves an impression behind. And then what happens is the cartridge case can slam up against an area of the firearm called the breech face. And during that process, marks from the breech face can be left behind on the primer as well. And then in some pistols, semi-automatic pistols, the barrel will drop down as the slide starts to move back. So when the barrel drops down, sometimes there's some shearing that can occur in the region of the primer called firing pin aperture shear. And that's from the firing pin aperture. So essentially the way a firearm looks is you have the area of the breech face, which is where this part is resting against. And then there's an opening, and that's called the aperture. And that opening is where the firing pin protrudes from. And so that shearing occurs right at that opening, right at the edge of the opening, and can leave impressions or striated marks on the primer area. And then there's also potential for an extractor mark and ejector mark. So the extractor, again, is that like a little hook on the groove, and that pulls it out of the chamber as the slide moves back. And this can leave marks in the groove area of the cartridge case. And then the ejector mark can end up on the head stamp area, which is the area in that image where it said 9mm plus P FC. So that's the head stamp. And so you can get like a little mark from the ejector of the firearm as it's ejected out of the gun. And then on bullets, inside barrels, they're typically rifled in handguns. And so the rifling is actually like grooves and lands. So lands are the areas that are raised, and grooves are the areas that would be like cut in or manufactured to be depressed. And so what happens to a bullet is that when the cartridge is fired, there's a lot of buildup of gas and pressure at the base. And so that kind of expands, it calls obturation, and it engages with the rifling in the barrel. And so the rifling in the barrel causes the bullet to spin. So it can have a right twist or a left twist, but it has a certain number of lands and grooves that are in the barrel. And so what happens is that bullet starts to spin and twist. And so that causes the bullet to have better accuracy, better distance. It's kind of like throwing a football, where you throw a football and it has to have that spin to it. And so in order to have better accuracy and better distance. And so with the bullet, as is engaging the rifling, there's marks inside the barrel in that rifling that end up on the lands and groove impressions on the bullet.
Is it possible to examine bullets and cartridge casings to determine if they're fired by the same firearm?
Yes.
And how does one make that determination?
So we would do an analysis of the bullets and an analysis of the cartridge cases, and then we can compare them using a microscope.
Could you tell the jury what the concept of class characteristics refers to?
So class characteristics are features that allow you to place an object or an item in a certain group. And those are features that are generated prior to manufacture. So the caliber would place cartridge cases or bullets in a particular group. The shape of the firing pin impression on cartridge cases, like circle or oval or rectangle, will place it in a particular group. The type of breech face marks. So if they are parallel or circular or arch-shaped, can place it in a particular group. On bullets, the number of lands and grooves. So there's some guns that have 5, some have 6, some have 7, some have 8. And the direction of twist, left or right, as well as the caliber, can be class characteristics.
And what are individual characteristics?
So individual characteristics are marks or features that are caused by random imperfections or irregularities on tool surfaces. And these can be used to individually associate a particular tool to a tool mark. So in the case of firearms, we consider the gun to actually be the tool, and then the marks that are on the bullets and cartridge cases to be the tool marks.
And what are what kind of conclusions can one draw in the discipline of firearms?
So we can have an identification, an elimination, or we can have an inconclusive result.
And when you perform that testing, is there a process in place to ensure the reliability of your testing or your results?
Yes.
What is that?
So any comparison in which we've made an identification, we have a second examiner also do a comparison. So they would take the evidence and they would do their own independent analysis and documentation, and then draw their own conclusions. And then if we agree in those conclusions, then we would report that out.
So I want to talk to you now about this particular case. Were you, in particular, an examiner that was asked to perform testing with respect to evidence in this case?
Yes.
And how does evidence generally come into the lab to be examined?
So typically, a police agency or another agency would bring the evidence to the laboratory. It goes through our evidence receiving unit, and they would take the evidence in, they log it into our computer system, and they assign it a case number and a submission number. And then we have a sticker that gets placed on the item of evidence with the case number and item number, as well as the agency and their case number. And it's a barcode sticker. So we're able to track the location of that item of evidence throughout the laboratory.
And what evidence did you receive in this particular case?
So I received 7 fired cartridge cases, 7 fired bullets, a firearm, and a bag with 2 magazines and cartridges.
And with respect to the cartridge cases, what examination or tests did you perform?
So I analyzed the cartridge cases, and then I microscopically compared them to each other.
And based on your examination, do you have an opinion as to whether or not they were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That the 7 fired cartridge cases were fired in the same firearm.
And as you shown, Attorney Riccio states 48 for identification. Could you take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
A photograph that I took of my comparison.
And is it fair to say in the course of your analysis, when you compare firearms and bullets and cartridge cases, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of photos that might be taken?
Yes, we take photographs to document our work.
And this is just a
representation of one of those photographs?
Yes, it is.
And I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 48 full.
And same thing with 49. Could you tell us if you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a photograph of the comparison between two of the fired bullets in this case.
49.
And you've seen that, Mr. Ricchio?
I have no objection.
Okay, no objection. Full exhibit 49.
And may I publish your?
Yes.
Could we, oh, I should not stand here. We publish please 48. And could you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of two of the fired cartridge cases from the scene evidence. And if you can see right in the middle of that red box, there's like a dividing line from top to bottom. So this photograph was taken using a comparison microscope. And a comparison microscope allows us to view two items of evidence at the same time. So it's basically two microscopes that are connected with what is called an optical bridge. So when we look through it, we can see two items and place them side by side. And so this is a comparison of the aperture shear that was present on the cartridge cases in two of the submissions. And it's the area of agreement and correspondence between the aperture shear.
Okay, thank you. And I think I have, my next question is with respect to the bullets. Did you perform any examination on the bullets that were received in this case?
Yes.
And what, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the bullets were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, I identified the 7 bullets as having been fired in the same firearm.
And what do you base that opinion on?
It's based on agreement in class characteristics and sufficient agreement in individual characteristics.
And if we could use publish 49, please. And could you explain to the jury what we see here?
Yes, this is an area of agreement on 2 bullets. So again, this is using the comparison microscope. So there's 1 bullet on the left and 1 bullet on the right. And this is a region called slippage, which is one of the agreement and individual characteristics in that area.
Okay, and I just have my assistant kind of zoom in on the box red area, and that just shows the comparison.
Yes, so we're looking at the striated marks that are from that are on the bullets, and the agreement in the characteristics, individual characteristics that's present there.
Thank you. And Ms. Regazza, did you also examine the firearm that was submitted in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what type of firearm was that?
It was a Smith & Wesson 9mm Luger, M&P9 M2.0.
And do you know the serial number?
It was NCD 2808.
Okay, and this was a few years ago?
Yes, it was in 2020.
Okay, I just saw you kind of knew that off the top of your head. Is it fair to say you looked at your report shortly before coming into court today?
I did.
What was the results of that examination with respect to operability?
The firearm was operable.
Did you also receive a magazine or any magazines with that firearm?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe or notice with the magazines?
So we perform a magazine capacity test. So we actually have dummy rounds. So they're not live rounds. They're basically a cartridge case and a bullet without the powder on the inside or the primer on the base. And so we do a magazine capacity check where we'll add those cartridges to the magazine and check to see how many it can hold.
How many could these hold?
17.
All of them?
All 3, yes.
And did you also examine whether the bullets and the cartridge casings were also fired from that same Smith & Wesson M&P?
Yes, so we perform operability testing on the firearm, but we create what we call test fires. So we'll fire cartridges through the firearm, and we get test-fired cartridge cases and test-fired bullets that I know I fired through that particular firearm.
And what did your examination find?
So then I microscopically compared test-fired bullets and test-fired cartridge cases to the evidence and determined that the 7 fired bullets were fired in the Smith & Wesson M&P 9 Model 2.0 with serial number NCD 2808, and the same result for the 7 fired cartridge cases.
And did you memorialize your findings in a report?
Yes.
And by the way, are your results reviewed to ensure their accuracy by anybody else in the lab?
Yes. So a second examiner also looked at the bullets and the cartridge cases, compared the 7 bullets and the 7 cartridge cases to each other, and compared them to the test fires as well.
So your work is basically double checked?
Yes.
And the report that I spoke about, is that a report that's made in the ordinary course of business at the lab?
Yes, it is.
And does it accurately reflect the findings that you've discussed with us today?
Yes, it does.
If I could retrieve State's 50 for identification. I'm showing you what's been marked State's 50 for identification. Is that the report that you just described? Or copy of it?
Yes.
Does it, and it fairly accurately represents your findings in this case?
Yes.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
Full exhibit without objection.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
I have no questions of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, next witness, Your Honor, is arriving at 2 o'clock, and so I'd ask for a lunch recess at this time, please.
How are we doing?
This will be our last speaking witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we'll be in recess until 2 o'clock.
All right.
I can call Dan, my boss.
They the ones in charge of that?
Dan?
Yeah, in charge of that audiovisual stuff?
Not really, but he'd be the best person.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna call that.
Ian's had to.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need some help with that?
Yeah, so no signal on the monitor there.
Let me see, I'll get Ian up here.
Okay.
He's the man. So like get that. Dan Shackleton is en route.
Okay, good.
He is the master. Yes.
So Frank, who do you have tomorrow? Your client and who else? It'll take a while. Yeah, he will. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
Two experts trying to get one. The original Tuesday.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. You brought it back, right? Yeah. Okay. I did it. On top. He's probably.
He is, yeah.
Good job. Yeah.
So I got coming Wednesday morning. And it'll be probably half a day, and then hopefully we'll get a charge conference on Wednesday afternoon. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, well, so if you had this, say like any day or Tuesday, then.
Yeah, the judge has it right, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, your computer's on there. Your computer's on one, actually. Okay. And yet, if you spin another language, then you have to log in. Computers is one.
Thank you very much. I have to report. That's 58. Okay.
One other thing.
Yep.
You will pay us when it comes to the judicial report, they want to like Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshal. Any issues, counsel, either?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna bring the jury. Counsel, 6 jurors and 2 alternates?
Stipulated.
So stipulate, thank you. Mr. Devlin.
Sure. Our next witness, Your Honor, is Dr. Jacqueline Nunez.
Hey, Louis. Just step back to stand, please.
May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Jacqueline Nunez,
May you please spell out your last name?
N-U-N-E-Z,
May you please state your business address?
11 Shuttle Road, Farmington, Connecticut.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please be seated and pull up to the microphone.
Thank you.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Nunez, by whom are you employed?
I am employed by the State of Connecticut Office of the Chief Medical Examiners.
Okay. And what's your position there?
I am an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury your educational and professional credentials for having that job?
My educational background begins with my Bachelor's of Science, which I obtained at Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. That was followed by 4 years of medical school training at Ibero-American, IBERO University in the Dominican Republic. That was then followed by 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency training in Allegheny General Hospital in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That was then followed by a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the New York City office of the medical examiner's office. And then I did an additional year in neuropathology and cardiac pathology, which is the heart and the brain, at the medical examiners in New York City.
Okay, thank you. Are you board certified in pathology?
I am, yes.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
I have been a medical examiner since 2015 when I trained, so about approximately 10 years.
And how long in Connecticut?
I have been with the state of Connecticut since July 2018.
Okay. And basically, can you describe for the jury the work of a medical examiner?
Yes, I'll back up a little bit and explain what pathology is, or pathologist. A pathologist is a branch of medicine like any other specialty, like cardiologist or surgeon. A pathologist in a hospital setting is a doctor that is tasked with assisting surgeons or oncologists or other doctors in coming to a conclusion of what the diagnosis of a patient is. So if anyone's ever had a biopsy performed or surgery to resect a tumor, the pathologist is the doctor that will examine that tissue and provide a diagnosis or what it is to the clinicians. And together they can then come with a plan to treat the patient. In the hospital setting, pathologists also perform autopsies. In these cases, the cases are natural deaths. Usually they're individuals that have been sick. And for whatever reason, if there's a question by the family or by the doctors, a pathologist can perform those autopsies. A forensic pathologist then is a doctor that has that training and now applies it to cases where the deaths are either sudden, unexpected, or violent. So in my capacity as a medical examiner for the state of Connecticut, our office is an independent office that is responsible for investigating these deaths. Our role is to determine the cause of death and the manner of death or the circumstances by which the death occurred.
You mentioned the term autopsy. What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a medical procedure. It consists of an external exam and an internal exam. The external exam is similar to a physical that anybody gets when they go to their doctor's office. So we take into account characteristics of the body, such as the height, the weight. We look at any other characteristics really to inform us. That's followed then by making surgical incisions to the chest, to the abdomen, and to the head, where then medical examiners then perform internal examinations, also looking for characteristics in the organs. We identify if there's any diseases, identifying any trauma or injuries to the organs. And that's usually how it's performed, both internal and external exams.
Do you keep track of the number of autopsies you performed?
Yes, I do.
And
Yes,
how
I
many
do.
have you performed?
Approximately 2,400.
And did you conduct an autopsy on January 16, 2020 on a person identified as Mubarak Suleiman?
Yes, I did.
And I'd like this item marked for identification, please, number 58.
58 for identification.
Dr. Mundy is showing you has been marked by our clerk 58 for identification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the autopsy report that was prepared after the autopsy of Mubarak Suleiman.
Okay. And you're the one who did that autopsy?
That is correct.
What was the time of Mr. Suleiman's death? Date and time?
The date and time of death is January 15th, 2022, and the time of death, 6:03 p.m.
Okay. And so where did this examination take place of Mr. Suleiman?
The autopsy examination takes place at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiners.
Okay. And did you, as you indicated, perform an external examination of the body?
Yes, I did.
And did you determine Mr. Suleiman's height and weight?
Yes, I did.
And what were they?
Just going to refer to the report. The height was approximately 5 foot 10 inches, and the weight was 188 pounds.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury basically what you observed during the autopsy?
During the external portion of the autopsy, I noted that there had been medical therapy or intervention performed on the body. I noted that life-saving resuscitative efforts, if you will. There were sutured incisions to the left side of the chest. There were chest tubes that were placed on each side of the chest. And there was also EKG patches and intravenous catheters and so on.
And at the completion of your examination, both external and internal, did you arrive at an opinion as to the cause of Mr. Suleiman's death?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death was gunshot wounds of torso and extremities.
Okay. And how about the manner of death?
The manner of death was homicide.
And did you document your findings in that report that I just handed you?
Yes, I did.
I would offer the doctor's autopsy report as an exhibit.
May I have one here for a moment?
Certainly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As part of this autopsy, does it also include the toxicology report?
That is correct.
Okay. In addition to the toxicology, which looks like it's 2 pages, it includes receipt of evidence, that is the physical evidence other than the autopsy, the subject, but the other physical evidence you analyzed.
Well, that is correct.
And then what would the last page, what does that represent?
That represents the inventory of specimens that are collected for the state lab, the state lab, if there's any blood samples or trace evidence or things like that, or hair samples that are submitted.
All right, thanks.
No objection.
Full exhibit.
I have to put a mark in. many gunshot wounds did you find on Mrs. Fuller's?
There were 9 gunshot wounds. 4 were to the torso or to the chest area, and 4 were to the upper arms, and one of those was a graze wound.
Okay. And did you take, or you or your staff, take photographs during the autopsy?
That is correct. Photographs were taken by the forensic photographer under my supervision.
Okay. The counsel approach the bench briefly, Your Honor?
Yes. Advice up front, there are 2 exhibits that are going to come up now. One is 61, right, and one is 62,
Correct.
And those will not be part of the live stream thing. Okay, any questions? Okay, all right.
Okay, so, Mr. Court, let's see exhibit 62 for that. Dr. Nunez, is this one of the photographs that was taken during Mr. Suleiman's autopsy?
Yes, it was.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw during the autopsy?
Yes, it is.
I would offer that as full exhibit.
No objection. Full exhibit.
Move to project that on the screen. Okay, what are we seeing there, Doctor?
This is a photograph taken during the autopsy of Mr. Suleiman. This photograph is of the chest as the body's laying on the autopsy table. The top of the photo, you can see the chin area, and the bottom of the photo would be where the the upper stomach would be. Right in the center of the photograph, there are 4 perforations or perforated wounds consistent with entrance gunshot wounds.
Okay, and in your report, did you identify these wounds by Roman numerals?
Yes, I did.
And starting with one in the upper right, what would that designate as?
That was numbered as number 1.
Okay, and this one below that,
It was designated as Roman numeral 2,
and this one is slightly bigger,
Roman numeral 3,
and one up in the upper left.
Roman numeral 4.
Let's go back to Roman numeral 1. Did you examine the track of that bullet wound?
Yes, I did.
And where did it go?
That wound entered the body through the skin and soft tissue. It then perforated the 3rd left rib and it fractured it. It continued through the left lung, through the pericardial sac, which is a sac that comes in between the lungs and the heart. It then perforates or injures the heart. It then moves posterior to the body and fractures the 9th right rib.
All right, in your professional opinion, would that wound by itself cause death?
Yes, it would have.
How about a wound designated in your report as Roman numeral number 2, which is one below 1 there?
Roman numeral 2, the tract was through the skin and soft tissues of the left chest. It also injured and fractured the 3rd left rib. It then injured the heart. It injured the aorta. The aorta is a very large vessel in the center of our body. It's what's responsible for carrying all the blood that's in the heart to the rest of the body. It injures the pulmonary artery, which is an artery in the lung, and then fractures the 11th right rib.
Okay, and that wound by itself has been fatal?
Yeah, yes, it would have.
And how about Roman numeral number 3?
The tract for Roman numeral 3, it perforates the skin and soft tissues of the right side of the chest. It then injures and fractures the 3rd right rib, injures the right lung, and it also injures the aorta, that large vessel, and then injures the it's called the transverse process of the spine. It's kind of our spine runs down the middle of our body and the junction where our spine and our ribs are, it was in that region that it injured the spine.
Okay. And how about number 4?
Roman numeral 4, the tract injured the skin and soft tissues of the upper right chest, just below the clavicle. It then injures the right lung. I apologize. It first injures the first right rib, fracturing it, and then injures the right lung, and then moves backwards and fractures the 5th right rib before coming to rest.
Okay, so wounds designated Roman numeral 3 and 4, were either one of those fatal in and of themselves, in your opinion?
In my opinion, Roman numeral 3 injures the aorta. That is a fatal injury. Roman numeral 4 injures the right lung. That it is a very serious injury. The lung we use to breathe. It's a vascular organ. It can bleed a lot. So if just that injury was made, it would have, I've seen cases where that is enough to cause death. The lung both is vascular, and also the lungs are like a balloon, so they're expanded. If you injure it, it will collapse just like a balloon, and the person won't be able to breathe as well. So it could be a very serious injury.
Okay, you mentioned that there were some wounds on the extremities, Mr. Suleiman.
That is correct.
Describe those for the jury.
There were 2 injuries on the right hand, or the right arm, excuse me. On the side where the pinky is on the right hand, there's a gunshot wound that goes right through the hand. There's a graze wound on the forearm close to the wrist that just grazes superficially. On the left arm, there were 3 wounds, one close to the wrist that went through the arm and fractured the bone that's on the side where the pinky is. There was a second gunshot wound through the middle of the forearm that just went through the muscle and skin. And then the third was at the elbow, and it fractured the humerus bone, or the bone of our upper arm.
Okay. And did you document these injuries that you discussed on a sketch?
Yes, I have.
And I'm showing you what remarks, exhibit number 61 for identification. Is that a copy of the sketch you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the approximate wound locations you just described to the jury?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 61 as your full exhibit.
No objection.
61 full exhibit.
Okay, so this is kind of small, but just in summary fashion, you've got Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, and 4 that you discussed off the photograph.
That is correct.
And then the other wounds that you discussed along the arm of Mr. Suleiman are described here in the both front view and back view on diagram. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you determined, again, the cause of death of Mrs. Suleiman to be what?
Gunshot wounds of torso and extremities.
Okay, and you described the manner of death as what?
As homicide.
So you mentioned before that there were toxicology tests performed on Mrs. Suleiman?
That is correct.
And so those were samples of what were the samples? What kind of fluid were samples?
Blood samples.
Okay, and what were the results of that?
The results were that there was the presence of delta-9 THC, or otherwise known as marijuana.
Okay, and how was blood tested for other sorts of drugs?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and alcohol?
Yes, it was.
And there's no indication of any positive results other than marijuana?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did you recover any bullet fragments from Mr. Suleiman's body?
Yes, I did.
And how many?
3.
And where were they recovered from?
They were recovered from the torso area.
And what did you do with those bullet fragments?
Those were handed to the Connecticut State Police representative that was at the autopsy.
So I see 27A, and 29A, and 728.
sorry, Mr. McDevitt, what numbers, 27?
27A, 28A, and 29.
9A, okay.
Thank you. And Dr. showing 27A, 28A, and 29A, I notice I have a number of markings on that, but do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These were the projectiles recovered during the autopsy of Mr. Solomon.
And those are turned over by the medical examiner's office to Representative State Police?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Riccio.
I actually have no questions of this witness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, madam. You are excused.
Thank you.
So I would ask the court for a brief recess just to make sure of our exhibit list is complete, but the state's pretty much prepared to rest this case in chief. I just want to make sure the exhibits are all accounted for here.
Okay, all right. So then we will take, how long do you think?
10 minute?
A 10-minute recess, okay?
All rise. On record. Course back to session.
State will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
And I will stipulate as well.
Thank you so much.
The state rests, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Devlin. So I think this would be a good time for us to break for the day. And so we're going to do that, and we'll start tomorrow morning as we have all week. Come at 9, we'll get going about 10, and we should have a full day tomorrow. In the meantime, don't make up your mind or form any opinions about the evidence that you've heard so far. It's not, you're still going to hear more, or you may, and you're not to discuss with anyone anything that's happened here over the past few days. Don't seek out any information from other sources. We want you to be able to make any decisions that you have to make based on what you've heard here in the courtroom only. Don't do any independent examinations or site visits or anything like that. Do not answer inquiries from people you believe to be from the press. Do not watch any coverage of this or anything like this. And otherwise, I would wish you have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there's nothing else, then we'll adjourn till tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise.